Okie dokie. Let's see here. Greetings, everybody. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to the Hidden Grove, the hidden outpost, where we learn more of the mysteries of Flatland, and also, more importantly, more of the mysteries of God and His will. Let's see here. If you don't want to listen to this Bible study devotional thing, probably skip the next 20 minutes, 40 minutes maybe. It is a little strange that I've been doing these things, huh? But we're going to continue. It's actually very strange. I feel like, especially in the times we're in right now, I feel very like, it's actually kind of like it almost feels like a very risky thing to do, right? To even like somewhat even promote God or the Lord Jesus Christ in any way. But at this point in my life, I kind of seem like I feel like I'm just kind of just trying it out, but I will say it is a little weird. Because, like if I was really after like, the funny thing is if I was really after like wanting more viewers or, even, many other things that maybe the world wants of us, many times it seems like you don't really even want to promote God in any degree, right? Because it could be maybe a hindrance to your maybe reach or something like that. And I'm actually wondering, like, I've been wondering actually, like, are there any detriments to, like, proclaiming the gospel, or, that's actually something I have yet to hear from a pastor, or any church, any denomination, is how is technology affecting the lives of people who do proclaim the gospel, right? Because now, with digital footprints, since there are digital footprints now, like, could you potentially be like a liability for proclaiming the gospel to a company, or like, say like you were trying to get a job or something, or you were owning a business or something like that, and all these people looked your name up and they go, wait a minute, this dude's proclaiming the gospel. I'm not into that. I'm not going to support him. I'm not going to support this chick or whoever, whatever that context may be, because of the digital footprint, right? So I'm kind of wondering, like, I've yet to hear anybody talk about that. But then it's weird because I've heard many pastors say, like, put God first, don't be anxious about anything. Like, God knows what you need even before you ask. And there's even that proverb that says, commit your work to the Lord and your plans will be established, which I think we'll get into that today, because I think we went into that one last week, but I kind of want to get into it again because it's a very interesting one, because I kind of was looking it up last night. I was looking up some commentaries, of like confusions, right? Because like what if, could this ever be a possibility of, like, because I was reading over some commentaries last night on this, and they were basically saying, just put God first in your work, try to promote him, like, try to glorify God. But then, like, with our landscape of today's society, what if what if you committed all of your work to the Lord, right? And nothing was working out, right? What if could you actually somehow digress, right? Like, what if, like, you had a crazy business, right? And you just committed all your work to the Lord, you started glorifying the Lord, and your business just fell, right? And you couldn't, or what if, something like that, what if that were to happen? I have not heard any sermons, because I know that would be a very touchy subject to talk about, especially for a pastor, right? Because a pastor, they don't want to go, well, if you maybe do this, maybe there might be some negative ramifications that might happen, right? So I think maybe most pastors don't want to say that, right? But to me, in my own opinion, I don't even know if that could even really occur, but I just feel like just what I've been noticing in the landscape of today's society, right? It kind of seems like so many people, like, you really don't need to, glorify God or commit your work to the Lord, and you can continue to, like, I guess, prosper in some degree, right? So I think that might be another interesting verse to get into, right? Because there's also, here's the other thing. It's like, I know that the prosperity gospel is really bad, right? Because they take things, they take the word prosper and prosperity and prospereth very differently within Scripture, right? But so maybe we could get into that as well, because I think that's a very interesting thing too. Because like in Psalms, Psalms 1:3, right? It says, "He is." So I'll just read Psalms 1. Yeah, let's just read Psalms 1. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. See, why I feel, here's the one thing, is I feel that the prosperity gospel should have used a different word than prosperity, right? Because if we look at the word prosper, prosperity, prospereth, I think it's used 145 times in Scripture. Let's see how many times it's used. How many times is prosper used in the Bible? But here, I guess the other thing is, there's 104 times the word prosper is used in the Bible. The thing about it is that I do understand that the definition in our modern English translation of the word prosper, prosperity, and prospereth is different, I think, from back in when it was written in Hebrew or Greek, right? So let's look up the word prosper definition. Prosper definition. See, it's strange because this is the Oxford Dictionary definition. Prosper. Succeed in material terms, be financially successful. Flourish, physically grow, strong and healthy. Make successful. So this is, I think, where we're having a lot of issues within our society, because since we can look up the definition of prosper, right? And since this is the Oxford Dictionary, which I think most people first go, I mean, I guess if you Google it, it's the first thing that comes up, right? I mean, I guess this is the Merriman Dictionary, which is, I think, the second. It's also another big dictionary, because I've seen it as a big dictionary come up. The meaning of prosper is to succeed in an enterprise or activity, especially to achieve economic success. So isn't that strange? There's two. So here's the other thing. It's like there needs to be, like, I guess that's the main thing. It's like, what does prosper mean in Hebrew, right? What does prosper definition Hebrew? To be successful, to succeed, to be fortunate, prosperous, to thrive, to make gain. Topical Bible. Webster's Revised Unabridged Dictionary. To favor, to render successful. To be successful, to succeed, to be fortunate, or prosperous, to grow or increase. So here's the big one is that the word. So in some degree, I feel like, if we were to use that word prosper right here, I think that's what confuses a lot of people, right? Because it says, he is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. See, I'm wondering, like, what do people think about that last sentence? In all that he does, he prospers, right? Does all mean everything, or does all mean something what does the KJV version say? Let's look at the KJV version of Psalms 1:3. Psalms 1:3 KJV. Okay, this is the King James version. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Whatsoever. See, I guess that's the other. I think this one confuses me, right? I think it confuses a lot of people. But also, I think we also have to remember that, sometimes maybe what we think we want and what we need can be different, right? Like, say, even this story where Moses leads the Israelites out into the wilderness for 40 years, right? In some degree, I think they thought, like, in the beginning, like, they thought they were, like, really, really, they're like, yes, we're finally getting out of here, right? We're finally leaving. And then they get put in the wilderness for 40 years, and then they're like complaining that they actually want to be back where they were once wanting to leave from, right? So isn't that it's like the grass is always greener on the other side kind of thing, right? And it's kind of very strange because I feel like maybe in some degree maybe that sort of occurrence is happening with many mindsets, right? And maybe. And I think where the prosperity gospel is getting wrong is where it's like that wealth gain thing, right? Because I think in some degree, I know in a degree, you could be prospering and probably even be like homeless, right? I mean, I've seen that. I've seen, like, when I was living in Long Beach in my car, right? Like, I would see homeless people that were just living it up, man, that were just happy, right? And then on the most absurd thing is I'd be like driving my car, right, and I'd be like at a red stoplight or something, and I'd see like some guy just pissed off, and he's like in a really nice car, or I'd see like some guy in like a Ferrari like get cut off, and he'd like just like just start exploding, right, just like So I'm wondering, like, I think that's honestly that thing, the word prosper, right? Because I guess you really don't know if you're truly prospering or not, because that's under God's will, right? Because I guess that would be an interesting thing about it, right? Like, how do you know if you are prospering or not, right? Because maybe you might think you're not prospering, but maybe you're just growing some roots in the ground, right? So you can eventually bloom, right? So I think maybe that's another thing that we have to take into considerations about Psalms, is in the very beginning of the sentence, right? It says, he is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. I think there's a bit, when I read that, okay, so David is talking about a tree that's leaf does not wither, right? So when the seasons come, the leaves fall off, right? I feel like what David is saying here is to be consistent, right? There is a consistent, like you're just, that's what I feel like when I read that. It's kind of strange because like I'm reading it over, and this one I've read a lot actually, because this is one of the other ones where you know, when I talk about Trents and Ents, you know, like the tree creature looking things, and there are many RPG games. This was actually one of the verses that when I reread it, I was like, wait a minute, whoa, he's like a tree. What in the world? So yeah, that was one of the other verses. Let's go into Matthew 5. I know we go into it. Well, maybe not Matthew 5, but the Matthew 13. Matthew 13:32. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. So this is what Jesus. These are the words of Jesus. Let's read it right here. Let's read chapter 13 of Matthew. That same day Jesus went out of the house and sat beside the sea, and great crowds gathered about him, so that he got into a boat and sat down, and the whole crowd stood on the beach. And he told them many things in parables, saying, a sower went out to sow, and as he sowed, some seeds fell along the path, and the birds came up and devoured them. Other seeds fell on rocky ground where they did not have much soil, and immediately they sprang up, since they had no depth of soil. But when the sun rose, they were scorched. Since they had no root, they withered away. Other seeds fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked them. Other seeds fell on good soil and produced grain, some 100-fold, and some 60, and some 30. Okay, so here's the other thing. This is actually a very interesting one. I don't have an underline, but other seeds fell on good soil and produced grain, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. That's actually a very, okay, so the thing about this parable is that the seed is the word of God, right? And so the seed is the word, right? And I haven't really put two and two together, but this one says, what Jesus says is that if we were to be planted in good ground, right, in good soil, we are to produce, right? I guess that's another, what are we to produce, right? I guess that's a whole term in of itself, right? I don't really know. I think ultimately, if we were to produce, it would ultimately maybe be to become fishers of men, right? Because he says, and he said to them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men, right? When I've looked up many sermons on this verse, they basically say this. I mean, I don't even know, but if you type this verse in, Matthew 4:19, on YouTube, I literally have not yet heard a single sermon where they say this is not in the context of believers, right? Even though it does say that this was a call to Peter, Simon who was called Peter, and Andrew, his brother, right? But every sermon I've heard of becoming fishers of men, the pastor has related it to the context of every believer, right? And I'm kind of wondering, like, is that some sort of thing of what we're supposed to produce in some degree, right? Are we to produce, like, what are we even to produce, right? Are we to produce just proclaiming the gospel? Are we to produce just trying to glorify God? Well, I guess it would be the fruit of the Spirit of, like, what? Joy, peace, patience, gentleness, like long suffering. Is that what it is? Something like that? Okay, let's continue. He who has ears, let him hear. Then the disciples came to him and said, why do you speak to them in parables? And he answered them, to you it has been given to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it has not been given. For to the one who has, more will be given, and he will have an abundance. But the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. This is why I speak to them in parables, because seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear, nor do they understand. Indeed, in their case, the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled, that says, you will indeed hear, but never understand, and you will indeed see, but never perceive. For this people's heart heart has grown dull, and with their ears they can barely hear, and their eyes have closed, lest they should see with their with their eyes and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. That's very interesting. And I would heal them. It's so weird when you reread something, right? Wow, that's actually very strange. And I would heal them. After that, after he just says that. So I'm wondering if that's also a big thing, right? Is we need to stay open to what God is trying to maybe lead us into. I think that's another confusing aspect that I've actually asked questions on the internet, right? Is can you ever be led by God and actually misinterpret something that you thought was you were being led by God from? But ultimately, I think even if you were doing that, ultimately I think God would use that, right? Because of Romans 8:28, right? And it says, God uses all things for the good of those who love him, right? Something like that. That's actually very interesting. Like, so having our ears open and having our eyes to be able to see, right? I think that's a very interesting thing. It's like Jesus telling us that we need to keep aware of what he could be potentially trying to show us, right? In our own lives and stuff like that. Maybe, I don't know. But I guess that's the thing. And it's very strange because for this people's hearts have grown dull. You know, because there's that other verse saying, you know, the hearts of man have been grown dull. I think that's something in the last days or something, right? Something like that. Right? Something about hearts growing cold or something like that. Very interesting. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For truly I say to you, many prophets and righteous people long to see what you see and did not see it, and hear what you hear and did not hear it. Hear then the parable of the sower. Anyone who hears the word of the kingdom and does not understand it, the evil one comes and snatches away what has been sown in his heart. This was what was sown along the path. So ultimately, we can see that this is basically one of the main goals for Satan, Lucifer, the devils, demons, right, evil spirits and stuff like that, is ultimately they do not want the word of God to grow in people, right? That's ultimately, I think, their end goal, right? Is if we can take this parable, right? When anyone hears the word of the kingdom and does not understand it, the evil one comes and snatches away what has been sown in his heart, and this was what was sown along the path. For as what was sown on rocky ground, this is the one who hears the word and immediately receives it with joy. Yet he has no root in himself, but endures for a while, and when tribulation or persecution arises on account of the word, immediately he falls away. See, actually, this is actually a very interesting one right here. See, it's kind of strange that I've already studied this parable many times, but it's so weird because it's like every time I restudy it, like something pops out to me a little differently, right? Because today, what's hitting me a little bit more is like that thing where I was talking about in the beginning, right, of the stream, where I said, you know, what happens if you commit your work to the Lord, or what happens if you start proclaiming the gospel and your business falls, or something's not working out, or stuff like this, right? But here's the thing that Jesus is basically saying right here, right? Yet he has no root in himself, but endures for a while. But when tribulation or persecution arises on account of the word, that's the big one, on account of the word, he immediately falls away, right? Very interesting. As for what was sown among thorns, this is the one who hears the word, but the cares of the world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and it proves unfruitful. It's weird. See that last sentence right here. And it proves unfruitful. That's actually a very weird one. Now, okay, let's go back. Let me reread this one. As for what was sown among thorns, This is the one who hears the word, but the cares of the world. What does that mean? What is the cares of the world? And the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and it proves unfruitful. Right? Because so this was on the beginning of chapter 13. Other seeds fell on good soil and produced grain, some 100-fold, some 60, and some 30. So do you think that God wants every believer to... I'm wondering, do you think that God wants every single believer to somehow be producing something for him, right? And not, and I understand that, our works do not offer us salvation, right? We cannot work for our salvation, right? But also what Jesus says is that he says, in the same way, let your light shine before others so that you may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven, from Matthew 5:16, right? I'm wondering if, becoming a fisher of men is something... I'm wondering, is that I'm still, confused, is if that is a call for every believer, as what a lot of these pastors say, or if this is a call just for certain believers, right? I really don't know, actually. But it's weird, because, it seems like every single sermon I listen to, they say that. Proves unfruitful, right? So we have to somehow be producing something, right? That's what I think of when I read. I mean, I might be wrong, right? Take my word and assault. But when I read that, it says it proves unfruitful, right? I don't know. I guess that it's also the word can maybe prove unfruitful in a person. As for what is sown on good soil, this is the one who hears the word and understands it. He indeed bears fruit and yields. In one case 100-fold, in another 60, and another 30. He indeed bears fruit and yields. Wow, very interesting. Here, I'm going to underline this because actually, this is actually a very interesting one. So, we got wolves in sheep's clothing, false prophets, and demons and stuff masquerading as believers, right? So it's actually very interesting. It's what I think there should be a study on that as well, right? What do false prophets what kind of fruits do they bear, right? Are believers, are true, I guess not, are believers in the Lord Jesus Christ, are we producing fruit that outshines maybe false prophets and demons and maybe ultimately Satan himself, right? That's another question I kind of have now, because it's kind of weird, because I've actually heard some other believers and they go, oh, well, that pastor's a false prophet, that dude's wolves in sheep's clothing, this guy, I'm not going to name any names, but there's actually some pretty big pastors right now that people say that they're, wolves in sheep's clothing, all this stuff. But I find it very interesting because they continue to produce, it's not like it's stopping them, right? It's kind of strange. It's like they keep doing that, and then it's kind of strange because sometimes I wonder, well, what kind of fruit are the people that are maybe not judging, but kind of saying this stuff, what kind of fruit are they producing in their lives in some degree, right? Is it outshining? It would be strange if, could that ever happen? Could the fruit of a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ ever not outshine a fruit of a false prophet or a demon or even Satan himself, because Satan comes masquerading as an angel of light, right? Are we to shine more than demons and devils and stuff like that? Ultimately, I think we are too, right? Because that is a call from the Lord Jesus Christ, right? In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. Man, that verse has just tripped me out so much. You look up that verse on YouTube and put in sermon. I mean, taking away the denominational aspects of this verse, it seems, you take out the label of the denomination. Basically, every single sermon I've heard on Matthew 5:16, it's basically the overview has been pretty similar throughout all of the sermons that I've listened to on this verse. Very interesting, actually. He indeed bears fruit and yields. Very weird, man. Okay, let's continue. He put another parable before them, saying, okay, so actually, you know what? Actually, there's actually something in here that's actually very... Now we can... Let's go back to Psalms 1, right? I've actually never put these two combos together until today, actually. So here's the weird thing, right? I have went over these scriptures. I've literally went into Psalms 1 probably like 4 times already on the stream, right? I went into Matthew 5 and 4 probably like 40 times, I think, on the stream. I went into the parable of the sower probably maybe 4 times on the stream, maybe 5. But what's weird is even though I've reread these verses so many times, right? I have found a new combo. Or maybe, I don't know if I found it, but it's just a new link, right? Link into like maybe some more information, right, about the whole, maybe even more information about the parable, right? Maybe, I don't know. Take my grain of salt, but let's see here. So he is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season. And its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. So what do you think? Okay, so since I'm going to underline this. I'm going to underline this word fruit right here in Psalms 1:3. I'm going to underline fruit right there because David's basically saying we are to yield fruit. And this one says yield and fruit too, and in Matthew 13:23. And for what was sown on good soil, this is the one who hears the word and understands it. He indeed bears fruit and yields. Very interesting, huh? Those two, like, that was just a whole, like, new combo. I just, I love finding that right there. Very, very interesting. In one case, 100-fold, in another 60, in another 30. I guess that, that's what I'm wondering is, what is the fruit? What kind of fruit are demons and devils and Lucifer and Satan and, what sort of fruit are they producing, right? That's a very, very interesting question, right? I mean, especially if Satan is masquerading as an angel of light, right? And I guess we should know them by their fruit, right? Let's continue. Let's continue with this chapter 13. He put another parable before them, saying, the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while his men were sleeping, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat, and went away. And when the plants came and bore up grain, then the weeds appeared also. And the servants of the master of the house came and said to him, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have weeds? He said to them, An enemy has done this. So the servant said to him, Then do you want us to go and gather them? But he said, No, lest in gathering the weeds you root up the wheat along with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And at harvest time I will tell the reapers, gather the weeds first and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the wheat into my barn. He put another parable before them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed that fell and took and sowed it. Mustard seed that a man took and sowed in his field. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. He told them another parable. The kingdom of heaven is like is like a leaven that a woman took and hid in 3 measures of flour till it was all leavened. All these things Jesus said to the crowds in parables. Indeed, he said nothing to them without a parable. Where am I at? Lost my place. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet. I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter what has been hidden since the foundation of the world. Then he left the crowds and went into the house, and his disciples came to him, saying, Explain to us the parable of the weeds and the field. He answered, The one who sows good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, and the good seed is the sons of the kingdom. The weeds are the sons of the evil one. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is at the end of the age, and the reapers are angels. And the reapers are angels. Man, that's very, that's weird. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil, and the harvest is at the end of the age, and the reapers are angels. And the reapers are angels, huh? It makes me wonder, because like the whole thing about death and stuff, like the Grim Reaper and stuff. I'm wondering, like, let's see. Just as the weeds are gathered and burned with fire, so will be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send his angels, and they will gather out his kingdom, all causes of sin and all lawbreakers, and throw them into the fiery furnace. In that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who has ears, let him hear. Then the righteous will shine. There's that word again. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in the field, which a man found and covered up. Then in his joy he goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in a search of fine pearls. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls. It's like we have to keep looking. We have to keep peering, right? Peering into all these things to see what God is revealing to us, right? With our ears and with our sight, right? And it makes me think of this one as well. In the beginning of Matthew. Indeed, in their case, the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled that says, You will indeed hear and never understand, and you will indeed see but never perceive. For this, people's hearts have grown dull. And with their ears they can barely hear, and their eyes have closed, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and understand with their hearts, and turn, and I would heal them. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done with math. I guess today was Matthew 13 day, right? I thought it was a different day, but I guess it's Matthew 13 day. Okay, again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, who, on finding one pearl of great value, went and sold all that he had and bought it. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was thrown into the sea and gathered fish of every kind. When it was full, men drew it ashore and sat down and sorted the good into containers and threw away the bad. So it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous and throw them into the fiery furnace. In that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Have you understood all these things?
They said to him, Yes. And he said to them, Therefore every scribe who has been trained for the kingdom of heaven is like a master of a house, who brings out his treasure, what is new and what is old. And when Jesus had finished these parables, he went away from there, and coming to his hometown, he taught them in their synagogue, so that they were astonished and said, Where did this man get this wisdom and mighty works? Is this not the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? And are not his brothers James and Joseph and Simon and Judas? And are not all his sisters with us? Where then did this man get all these things? And they took offense at him. But Jesus said to him, A prophet is not without honor except in his hometown and in his own household. He did not do many mighty works there because of their unbelief. He did not do many works there because of their unbelief. And that was chapter 13 of Matthew. What I find interesting, very, very interesting. Okay, so when I read this parable, I don't actually have much underlined on this one right here at the end of Matthew, but I'm actually going to underline some stuff now. What's actually very, very interesting when I reread this one, especially about the pearl one, right? There's so many parables about talking about like, angels coming in, and there's good seeds and bad seeds, and stuff like that, right? And when I reread the one about the pearl, right, it says, again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, right? And then it's weird because then it goes into the net, right? The net and the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was thrown into the sea and gathered fish of every kind. When it was full, men drew it ashore and gathered and sorted the good into containers and threw away the bad. So it will be at the end of the age. The angel will come out and separate evil from the righteous. So I'm wondering, like, is this maybe another reason why Jesus tells us to let our light shine before others? In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. It also reminds me of, now it's reminding, because now we're getting into the angels verse, there's also that verse of like entertaining angels unawares, right? Where is it? Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. That would be very strange. What if we were to shine our light forth in front of angels, right? And like the angels, unknowingly, they're actually the reapers, and they're gonna somehow... I'm wondering actually, like, do you think... that's a weird thought. Okay, so if we are to shine forth our light, right? And we are called to do not forget to entertain strangers, right? What does that mean, right? Do not forget to entertain strangers, for by doing so some have unwittingly entertained angels. Sometimes I wonder about like how prayers get answered, right? In some degree. I'm wondering if angels somehow make, because I have heard that sometimes how prayers get answered is God even uses other believers, right? In your life in some degree, right? And he somehow makes things, correlate with one another. But I'm also wondering, do you think angels have any... I'm going to look that up right now. Do angels have any say in how a prayer is answered? Do angels
help prayers get answered? I don't know. I've never... Okay, let's see. What does this one say? Faith Gateway. Do angels assist God in answering our personal prayers? Whether the Lord allows angels to eavesdrop on our prayers, I don't know. I do believe he frequently employs them in answering prayer. Case in point, the prophet Daniel. I guess that's the other thing, is that we are supposed to keep our prayers secret, so... So maybe in some way, maybe it's maybe not our prayers maybe getting answered, but maybe them guiding us in our works, right? Now this guy's going to go into Daniel and stuff like that. Let's see here. But here, let's just read this. But I know this is going to bring up some stuff from the Old Testament. But we'll read it. And this the whole question about, do angels help answer our prayers? Whether the Lord allows angels to eavesdrop on our prayers, I don't know. I do believe he frequently employs them in answering prayer. Case in point, the prophet Daniel. As prime minister of Babylon and Persia, Daniel had a lifelong habit of retiring to his private quarters 3 times a day to spend time talking to the Lord. Daniel 6:10. On one occasion, Daniel had been poring over the writings of the prophet Jeremiah. He came to understand from Jeremiah's prophecies that the time had come for Israel to return from exile and once again repopulate the promised land. Daniel made this a matter of earnest prayer. One afternoon, the angel Gabriel showed up during his prayer time. As soon as you began to pray, Gabriel told him an answer was given, which I have come to tell you, Daniel 9:23. Daniel made the request, God bestowed the grace, and an angel brought the answer. That's weird. And I've totally forgotten about that. In chapter 10, we have an even more remarkable story. Daniel was given a graphic vision by direct revelation from God. Deeply troubled, Daniel prayed earnestly to understand the vision. 3 weeks passed. One day, Daniel accompanied some men who were inspecting the banks of the Tigris River. Looking up, he saw a man dressed in linen with a gold belt around his waist. His body was like topaz. His face was like lightning. His eyes on fire. His arms and legs resembled burnished bronze that flashed in the sunshine. His voice was like the roar of a stadium. The sudden appearance of this spectacular stranger drained the strength from Daniel's body like an air from a balloon, and he collapsed. At once an angel stood beside him, touched him, and helped him to his hands and knees and gradually to his feet. The next words we read fill us with wonder. An angel said, "Don't be afraid, Daniel. Since the first day you began to pray for understanding and to humble yourself before your God, your request has been heard in heaven. I have come in your answer to your prayer. But for 21 days the spirit prince of the kingdom of Persia blocked my way. Then Michael, one of the archangels, came to help me, and I left him there with the spirit prince of the kingdom of Persia. Now I am here to explain what will happen to your people in the future." Daniel 10:12-14. No further explanation is given, but taken at face value, it appears that at the moment Daniel began praying, the answer was issued without delay, just as in the previous chapter, but powerful demonic forces had blocked the pathway of the angel bearing the answer. The impasse lasted a full 3 weeks until the archangel Michael arrived on the scene with his superior authority. The standoff was ended, and the delayed angel sped onto Daniel with an answer to his prayer. Very interesting. Okay, so angels do... Okay, well, there it is. Angels do somehow answer prayers in some degree, right? So that's actually very strange, right? So I'm wondering, okay, so I know this whole... I don't even know where this whole, Bible study's even gotten into, right? It's kind of very strange, but, ultimately, I think... Maybe not ultimately, but another one that I kind of I kind of maybe think of as a combo, right? Maybe this is a combo, right? I don't know. So sometimes I'm thinking today I've never put these two and two together, right? So the Lord Jesus Christ says, in the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven, right? And then this one says, Hebrews 13:2 says, do not forget to entertain strangers, for by doing some have unwittingly entertained angels, right? So it's actually very interesting. I'm wondering, do you think that, so what if, like, if you were to shine forth your light, right? Shine forth your light unto others, right? And maybe you're somehow entertaining angels unawares. Do you think maybe that these angels are somehow helping your work, right? Maybe they know something that you don't know, or maybe they're going to reveal something to you in a message or some sort of something like that to be like, hey man, maybe, I'm not taking my own insult. Maybe it's like they'll like kind of like reveal something that is going to maybe offer you more assistance into your work in the will of God, right? Because ultimately it's under God's will, right? So I'm wondering if that has any say, right? But I'm wondering, like, it would be weird if we aren't entertaining angels unawares, right? If we aren't, that maybe angels are kind of like, well, I don't really know how to help this person because maybe they're not really, I don't know what I'm talking about, really. I'm just trying to get more into something. I don't know, man. Today I'm still confused today. But I think we gotten a little bit closer to some sort of answers, right? Basically, it says we need to produce. If we read Matthew 13 again, we need to somehow produce something, right? Oh my goodness. We need to yield, and we need to bear fruit and yield, right? And we need to produce. What we produce, I think that's for your own life circumstance and how you're doing it, right? I think there's probably many ways you could be producing something for God, but I don't know, man. Oh man, sorry, dude. I haven't even looked at the chat, bro. You are very good at drawing. Thank you, man. I'm not gonna lie, I get a little bored of drawing. I don't know. Sometimes I get kind of like I guess I don't get bored of drawing. It's just like when I get into a rut. Sometimes I get into a rut and I just start getting really confused and not there's just a drawing that like I have a lot of trouble with, and then it kind of just like snowballs into me getting demotivated and not wanting to draw really. Maybe I should try and keep it. That's the thing where I think having that rigorous schedule, right, of just continuing to do it even if you don't feel like it, or just starting something new, right? Because that's also another problem I have is I always start these projects and I just never really end up finishing them, kind of really in some degree. What am I doing here? Was that the Bible? I guess that was the Bible study, right? I didn't even see if the chat was working today. Hopefully I just didn't talk for like an hour and the chat not work. So let's check that. Kind of really in some degree. Okay, it is working. Alright, let's do a card reading then. I guess that was the Bible study today, so we need to produce, right? That's basically, we need to somehow yield our fruit. And if there's anything, an overview, what I got today, we need to yield our fruit, we need to keep producing, we need to be a tree, we need to meditate day and night on God's word and his law, and we need to ultimately try and be like a tree that our leaves don't wither, right? And we need to produce, and we need to yield, and we need to I guess fish for souls, right? Because we're supposed to, if we're following the Lord Jesus Christ, he will make us fishers of men. And we need to let our light shine forth, and we need to entertain angels. And angels,
also can maybe answer prayers in some degree, right? Because of like what we read in Daniel. So that was the Bible study overview. I think it was a good one, though. It was very interesting. And ultimately, I think we need to be kind of like, we need to shine, right? So the angels maybe see us or something, right? Maybe that's what we need to do. And the angels are the reapers, oddly enough. Yeah. So, it's kind of strange to say, right?
The angels are the reapers. Okay, so what am I going to do today? Let's see here. Oh yeah, I need to fix my brake cable. I did get some more brake stuff. Got some more brake cables. Thanks to Walmart. I don't know if every Walmart sells brake cables, but the Walmart by over here, they sell brake cables. And fortunately enough, the one thing I will say, or I guess I'll just talk about it when I start fixing it. So talk about when I fix it after I do this card reading thing. Man, today's Bible study was very, very strange. I got into like a bunch of weird stuff. Oh well, let's just keep going, right? You know, sometimes I get these doubts. That's why I started this. That's why I started this this Bible study off saying like, man, could like proclaiming the gospel ever like be a detriment to my life? Could it be hindering my progress? Could it be doing something negative? And you know, the thing is that if I truly believe in the word, right? I mean, the Lord Jesus Christ has called us to somewhat proclaim the gospel, right? to people, right? So I mean, but I just the whole thing of the world, or not the world, but like the society, how modern society operates, and just, you know, like, I don't know, like how businesses operate at times, right? Because I think at times, like, you know, at times I think businesses want to appeal to the masses, right? Because they need to make a profit, right? So they need to appeal to as many people as they can, right? So I don't know. If anything, maybe I have to appeal to, maybe I have to just keep entertaining the angels, right? Hopefully the angels out there are going to somehow help continue to guide me or something. Not guide me, but guide every single believer, right? So, something like that, right? We're supposed to be like the harvest and souls and stuff like that, so. Who knows, man? I don't know. Just hopefully I'm making somewhat of some sense. This one was a very, very confusing one today. Thing is, I've asked a lot of these questions too on the internet. I didn't really get too many answers, so that's why. That's another reason why I started doing these Bible study things too. Getting into these strange questions is because sometimes I can't find the answers, nor can I find a sermon on the topic. So I just have to keep just like digging in the Word, just seeing if I can find some sort of relevance. And generally I do. That's generally what ends up happening. Okay, let's do a card reading. Okay. First card of the day. Before we fix our bike up. Actually, we got to do the knee exercise. Actually, maybe I'll fix the bike up and then I'll do the knee exercise and then we'll go into the thing. Okay, first card of the day. Tranquil Garden. Second card of the day. Mistville Plains. Third. Selfless Exorcist. I really like the art on this one. Very fresh. Number 4. Paladin card. Personal Sanctuary. One of the cards that actually kind of wanted me to... Oddly, it's strange that this card kind of inspired me to do this thing that I'm doing right now. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5... Knight of Meadowgrain. This card again. Oh my goodness, bro. Look at this one. This one's weird. Congregate. Mark Zug, you did an amazing job on this artwork. Just weird. Dude, look at all these angels. That's so weird. I did not pre-plan that out today. Entertaining angels unawares. You never know, huh? 7. Huh. Glimpse the future. Number 8. Oh, wow. Dude, that's so weird. Dude, today was strange, bro. Field of Souls. Bro, dude, today was so odd. Literally, I know this sounds ridiculous, but today, like, I maybe it might just seem like, I don't know, something about these cards up in here, they just reminded me of a lot of just what I was just talking about, of Matthew, how we went into Matthew 13, especially with the Field of Souls and then the angels, and dude, and there's even like angel wings on this one. It's so strange on Field of Souls. Right down there. It's so strange, dude. Field of Souls. Okay. What am I doing? I'm gonna drink some coffee, and then we're gonna go fix her bike up. That was a long talk. How long am I able to keep doing these, man? I don't even know. I mean, I guess you could just keep doing it forever. You just open up the Bible and just look up more commentaries and just think about it more, find more combos, right? There's many different ways. But it's just so crazy that I've been doing it this long. I didn't know that I'd be doing it this many times. It's kind of absurd to me, actually. But we're going for it, right? Okay, I'm gonna go blow my nose. Then we're gonna go fix my bike up. I'll probably move the camera over there, and we'll fix up the front brakes. Okay. I'm gonna get my tools prepared. And we'll bring the thing over here. This thing. I haven't done like a bike fixing stream in a while. Water bottle. Okay. Here, that's a little backdrop. Kyle Surf, huh? That's cool. Tools out. Got this. So let's see how the angle is. Okay, do we have all our tools? We got our cable. I think I can bring it up a little bit more. Okay. Greetings, everybody. Today, in the bike repair maintenance, we are going to fix our front brake cable. Let me show you what can happen. This is one of the things that can happen while with your brake cables is there's this, I don't know what this thing's called. It's like a naper thing. But see, I don't know if you could tell, but there's, my cable blew through the thing now. See, some people get really confused, or I get really confused when this happens. Yeah, you can kind of see it. So, this spirally thing, this cable, this inner housing cable, has blown through the plastic sleeve cable and the metal housing right there. What ends up happening if this occurs, there is a bit of a way you can kind of fix it. You can actually get another one of these naper things, and you can
you can cut it and then put it on top of the housing right there, but it still will move a little bit over time. But that is a way, if you have nothing else, of how to fix it. I have done that a couple times where I have done that, but it's just very annoying because you have to find one of these neighbors. You have to hacksaw it, cut it in half, and then put it on top of this thing again. Because otherwise, when you put it back into this thing and then use your brakes and put your force on it, this cable just keeps moving up. The housing keeps pushing through. The best thing to do is just to replace the entire cable. But if you don't have that and you're just thinking of a way to how to fix it on the fly, you can find one of these caper things and cut it in half and put it on top. I have done that a couple times, and maybe tape it. So that is another way you can fix it. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. So let's open up this package. Now let's see. But one of the things, these are the cables that I got. Probably not the most ideal cables, but they do work. Another thing is that what people don't know, or I think people don't realize, is that there's two sets of cables in here. So see this one? So see how this one has the small naper thing right here? This is a shifting cable. You can still use these, and I still do use them. They're not useless. You can still use these as your brake cables. They're a little weaker. They are lighter, but they are a little weaker. This is a normal brake cable right here. They're stronger, a little thicker, and it's a little bit more heavier. Today I think we're going to try and use the actual brake cable. So let's see here. There are generally two shifter cables. Maybe I'll just use this one right here. It seems like the size of a front brake line. Well, that's weird. It's strange. I'm wondering if they even cut it like a front brake cable line. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our front wheel off, and just to make things easier for us, we're going to take our front wheel off. Front wheel off. Front wheel off. One of the things you can also do is you can recycle these napers. These napers right here, they're the things that you put right on the end of the cable. When I was younger, I used to not use these things, right? But the thing what ends up happening is, especially for your front brakes. Now, I don't know about like the newer style front brakes, but the old style front brakes, see how they have this section where you have to run it through the barrel adjuster and into this thing? Well, this thing, as I'll show you right now, so we're going to take the naper off. This is the reason why I'm really into using the end cable napers, is because what the napers allow, and you can reuse these things, if you have some needle nose pliers, you can unfold this right here. Not all the time, you could probably reuse them maybe like 3 times. You can unfold that like that and then reuse it. So one of the reasons why they're very, very important is because if you have to readjust your front brake cable and stuff, if we adjust this right now, I'll show you. Okay, so I just took it out of this part that holds the cable. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a small hole. Yeah, just put it in front of the I don't know if I can. But anyway, there's a small hole that this runs in here, and you have to tighten this, right? Now the thing is that if this cable right here gets frayed out, it gets harder and harder and harder to put it through that hole, right? So that's one of the reasons why it's always good to use these napers, right? Because you do not want to get this thing frayed out. It's just such a hassle, such more of a hassle. It can still work, but it just brings in a lot more hassles. Okay, so what we're going to do is, also if you don't have a, if you don't have a cable guider, right? Some forks have a cable guider right here where you don't have to use zip ties, right? So right now we're going to take these zip ties out. And then this is the reason why we took our cable out, because now we can thread this through the forks. And now we can measure this cable out with this cable. And this one's actually too short. Darn. Well, that's not good. Maybe it'll work. I don't think it will. It's kind of weird that they made these really, really short ones. I know it's for the front brake cable line, but let's just see if it might work. Maybe I won't have to cut anything. Thinking I'm gonna have to cut something out. Yeah, this is. I don't think this one. Test one. You know what? I actually think it might work. No, it's not. It's going to be too tight. You know what? This one actually might just work like this. Or maybe I might not even have to cut this that much. So we could do it without cutting it up as much. I'm really fond of that. So cut that end part off. I'm actually wondering if I could use this barrel adjuster.
kind of weird. They like remake these sizes because normally I have to cut a cable to get this thing to work. I guess closer. This might be a way less work than I normally have to do. Thread this through this one. Thread this through this one. See, normally I have to cut the cable, cut in one of those bigger cables, and then thread it through again. This one might work as is. We're just doing an experiment to see if it works. It would be way less work. I think it is. I think it's going to work. Okay, I'm going to slightly pull this one down just to tighten it just a little bit so this thing doesn't shoot out. We're going to put our front wheel back on. Now, as you can see how this cable hits my tire right here? I guess, I don't know, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, right? But you can kind of see it right there. So my cable, right, this cable, where's that? Where's the needle in this place? So my cable right here, see how it hits my tire right there? I don't know if you can really see that, but it's hitting my tire. This is why I use the zip ties. You zip tie your cable so it's over there, and I'll do that in a little bit. Right now I'm just gonna tighten this wheel down. I think that is going to work. Okay. No, that's not work. That is going to work. I'm stoked. Okay, so what we're also going to do is we're going to put some oil in the brake line now, since we know that this is going to settle in okay. So before we really tighten it down, I'm going to put the oil in the brake line. So what we're going to do, take this out, and we're going to drop some oil. Now you can use some different oils. There is this stuff called Teflon. It's like Teflon powder. I think it's some sort of metal or something. But if you go to the bike shop, generally if you go to the bike shop, they're going to use this Teflon carbon fiber metals dust stuff, and it's like better than oil. But what I end up using is I use just 3-in-1. So you can just drop this into the brake line, and this will make your brakes feel really, really good. All you need is a little bit too.
going. I'm actually going to let it seep in a little bit. Let it kind of like soak in there. Get them all buttered up. Okay, so we got that part done. Now we're going to adjust this brake setup. So one of the ways I do this is I actually use these vice grips, and what I end up doing, I just found this way just way simpler. So before the vice grip method that I used to do, what I used to do is I used to literally hold both of these brakes down like this and then tighten it manually. But as you can see, it's a little hard to hold both of these and then see you have to push this down and then pull that down and then tighten it like that while holding on to that, right? Well, I found there's a way simpler method. So if you adjust your vice grips to like this area right here, so when you tighten it down like this, so it's even hard just to hold it like that. What you can do is you can get these vice grips and then just chuck them like that. And boom, look, I already have that. I don't have to hold them. And then now you have all this leeway to adjust this without having to, you know, like, and I've never seen anybody do it this way, but this is the hack for the front brakes, or these front brakes anyway. Okay, so now we can adjust these pretty freely. And also you have to somewhat remember that your brake cable is going to stretch a little bit, so also maybe take that into consideration. And now we're going to just tighten this down. Boom. There we go. Adjust these a little bit with the barrel adjuster, and we good. We gravy now. Now we're gonna just do the final tightening on this, and we're gonna put the naper. We'll just reuse this naper. I think I can reuse it. Can I reuse it? Actually, I'm gonna cut this just a little bit more. I don't think I could reuse this one. Oh, I might be able to. Yes! Look at that. I've reused this naper like 5 times. Maybe like 3 times. This might be 3 or 4 actually. But I'm pretty stoked. Oh, where is it? You can tell this thing has gotten some abuse. Look at that. Look at all the times. It's just, I don't know, there's something about just reusing one of these naper things that's just kind of very satisfying. To me, anyway. I don't know why, but. Boom, there we go. Bend that one down on the side. We good. We're gonna get some zip ties, and we're gonna zip tie that area right there. Okay. We're gonna zip tie this just so it doesn't hit my tire. One more, just to finalize it. For some reason, when you use 2 zip ties, it's makes this one not move as much. And actually, I think I did it a little too loose. There we go. And that's just how you fix your front brakes. Boom. We good now. So the final thing is, now since we've flipped our bike over, what I like to do is I like to run some fluid, or not fluid, the oil down this brake line right now, so as you can see, it kind of goes like that. Adjust it a little bit. Boom. And that is how you fix your brake cable, your front brake cable. If you messed it up or you snapped it, or you just want to totally replace it. Another thing I will say is I'd be careful of how much you tighten this. I can actually already tell. I've already tightened this way too much because I can see it actually fraying my cable out. So you want to really be careful how much you tighten this. This actually might become a problem. There's been many times actually where this one actually might end up ruining my cable. I can already tell right now. Yeah, I think I put this a little bit too tight. What ends up happening is if you put this too tight is that it can fray out your cable and then it can snap it easier. And the thing about cables is once one snaps, like, you kind of have to more will end up snapping later on. Yeah, but yeah, it looks like it's going to work pretty good. Nice. I'm gonna center my wheel as another last thing. To center your wheel, what you can do is what you can do to center your wheel, as what I was doing, is you could press on your front brake or your back brake if you're doing back wheel. But you just press on the brake and it will center your wheel, and then you can just tighten it up from there. Actually, I need to move these pegs around. Boom. Dude, that is on it, dude. That is so good. I'm so stoked. That went way easier than it normally is. Normally, how I have to do it, I think they actually resize these cables. I guess well, if I unravel this one is a really, really long cable. And what I normally have to do is that I normally have to get the cable cutter and then cut this housing, then cut the cable, and then, you know, run it through the line again. Well, it looks like it's gonna work, so pretty stoked. And that is how you fix your front brake cable. Now we can bring this back into the normal setting. Hey, what's up, dude? I bet I was fixing my brakes. And this should work pretty good now. Uh-oh, running out of the Sims. I keep running into stuff. There we go. And that concludes the front brake maintenance. A little street marker. Okay, what was I doing now? Okay, let's put these back. Let's put the ice on our water bottle again, or on the thing, on the phone. And we need to do some knee exercises. I almost forgot. This over here. Okay, there we go. Now we can put this on the phone. There we go. Let me put my tools up. Oh yeah, I need to put this on my peg. Lately, I've been really liking just using a plastic bag. I used to have like this bag that was actually like I put tools in it, but the plastic bag just works so much better. You can look through the bag and it's way cheaper. This one I can throw away. And I will be right back. Alright, what are we doing now? We're doing, oh, I actually need to go get some tape over it. Take this stuff up real quick. Take this entire thing. Oh yeah, I forgot I don't have one on that side. Okay, let's redo this tape job. Put a fresh coat of paint on this thing, man.
a little bit. Could use the zip tie actually. That's what I would use. Do it. Let's do some knee exercises. Let me get before I do this.
I'm gonna test that out. All right. Let's do some knee exercises just to start things out. I think I almost have full range of motion back. Dude, I almost have full range of motion back. That's crazy. Really good that we're getting more motion. Ugh. It's kind of strange that this is just public. Anybody watching this? Oh well. Alright, so if you don't know, these are really good for your ACL, you know, single leg squats. So where do you do some alternating? Some hamstring. Feeling way better. Okay, now let's put on our armor. Man, I really thought that knee injury was going to take me out. That really worried me. Sorry if I haven't been looking at the chat, by the way, if anybody said anything. I'll look at it after I put my armor on. Let's see. Has anybody said anything? Apologies if I didn't respond. I had to fix my bike up, and I sought to fix my bike up a little bit. So my chat wasn't even showing, so I don't even see. Bro, you got an SC bike. Sweet, dude. I have a bunch of buddies over in Long Beach that ride those things. I guess not that many people, but I do know a couple of my friends that have them. But those are I've heard good things about the big bikes. I've heard good things, man. Good things. Alright, let's just I kinda wanna practice like more hang 5. I wanna do the hang 10 no hander. So I'm gonna practice those. I feel like I need to push it a little bit more forward. Oh, I didn't check my PSI. PSI felt a little lower. I guess it wasn't that low. Guess I didn't lose that much. I lost some of them. Yes. Okay. I'm going to take this up real quick. I think I found the area. Give this go a little bit. pretty good, I think. Let's do more bike maintenance. Oh. Yeah, I keep messing that cable up. I should tape it. For some reason, it's really hot in here. All sorts of stuff on the ground. Oh, I want to learn the hang 10 no-hander. I need to turn on this swamp cooler. It's really hot in here. Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's watch some Steph while I practice these tricks.
Cars built with safety in mind, even for those guys. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today to learn more about the spacious 2022 Atlas. Limited inventory available.
Annie told me to come to Venice, so I came to Venice, and I guess I'm somehow filming a Dandelion.
Dandelion, baby,
That's Billy Marks. He's working on a new time machine cart.
we're the only Canadians out here.
Oh yeah, also Annie was just like, oh yeah, these guys are Canadian, like not referring to himself as Canadian. He thinks he's a Venice Beach kid now.
Thanks, dude.
Are you Venice through and through?
No, I'm NorCal.
NorCal.
But I'm
Okay.
California, so like.
So you can claim
it's
Venice.
rare to find Californians around here.
Oh yeah, most of the transplants.
Yeah, exactly. I can say California, not that. Yeah.
Oh, I just went for it.
A lot of people think I'm from here. Like a lot of people are like, you've lived here your whole life. And I'm like,
They just like tell you how it is.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
from
yeah.
here. I think I specifically remember when Andy and me came here, he didn't know all of this. He was too scared. He wasn't strong enough. Oh, you got. I want a knee slide in the streets. That looks so fun. Well, my issue is like, I'm such a creature of habit. If I developed that, I would never be able to undo it. So I would like skate a hand or like pass it, just destroy my knees or something. Why are you on the ground? Stay there. He's gonna stay there. So, we're on our way to Tonan's house. Tonan is one of the OG Z-Boys. And right now he's got a sick-ass art studio. We're gonna go check it out. I hope we get some footage in there. So this is relevant. It'd be sick if it just like clicks to like us being somewhere else, just skating, like nothing happens. Check this out right here. I just filmed Andy the whole way there. I saw the book too. I thought you were gonna try to pop the board in the hand and like walk across it or something. Right here. So you fell on that on purpose so you could stop. Got it. He makes hoodies. Let's see some Rocky Grill. That's who the best term in. Probably my favorite thing I've ever heard of. It's called neighbor hoodies. Conan, that's my main man.
What's up, man?
What's up? Dude, I'm gonna let him tell you all about.
Like your frontside grinds, bro.
Oh, thanks, dude. You know what?
Yeah, man. I'm not tired of playing backgammon with a friend of mine. And I said, can I carry her, wake you up, and put it on my sweater and sew it on
that in the description. You can just click the link and it'll take you right to your shit. What is this made out of? What is this?
This is the California king palm tree, the raw material.
Oh, so you literally just like take it off of these.
This is a tree that grows this husk, and the branch dies, and it falls off the tree. Then I take it, sand it, prep it up for this. This one's top gun and hard.
That is sick.
See this thing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, look down the tube, Daddy. You get narrow with the thing. You can see the curl.
Do you sell these too?
Yes, yes. But these are supposed to go to children's hospitals.
Oh, okay.
Recovering from traumas.
Oh, sick.
And we'll ship these around the world to the hospitals. You can live down the curve again. So,
Oh, yeah. I like that, yeah, because you have this.
curl. Cities in Santa Monica, one of the oldest skate shops ever. Oh, you haven't? It's nostalgic, bro. Those guys have pushed all of us to skateboard even when it was like, get out of our driveway, weirdos. Now, the metal detector has been, such the raddest tool ever. And if you like costume jewelry, here's a jar full of it.
Oh, this is all stuff you found.
Yeah. This, a little Tootsie from 1940s, the fake gold I bought from the dude that came by here in the alley with his family in a Mercedes, and he said he lost his wallet.
Oh, that's my favorite gimmick.
He totally was like, I can sell you this gold. Look at my family. We have no money. I have to go to Gardena or wherever. I fell into it for $250. Costume blade. He worked me. You know, I'm such a natural creature. I got second at a surf contest. Not long back.
Oh, wow.
Far.
He's like, here's me getting scammed. Here's me getting...
Now, this is what you find in the water. Okay, there's thousands of dollars on the coast. And so, this
Just like
is,
random bills that you found.
yeah, I was taught to do this when I was 11 because I'm a native of Venice and I'm a local here. So there's always the metal detecting, but then there's this. See, until they get pulled out of the water, it gets destroyed. So it goes on my art pieces. But the pieces that I have, I can read the serial number, for instance, not that one because it's been in the water, so that you can see the seaweed.
It's different.
It's floating across the sand. It has a serial number right here, so when I send that to the treasury, summer's over, they'll send me a check
Oh, sick.
and say, oh, this is legit art and mutilated money.
There are a reason any friends for Squatch. It's literally like the boobs calculator thing all over again. How perfect is that? It does look really cool. Right? Who showed you that? Someone commented, I used to make the word bitch out of those stickers. And someone was like, how did you do that? And then there was like this argument about if it was possible or not. And then I was looking at the sticker, I was like, oh, you can totally do bitch out of that. He just carried his stuff while he demos down the boardwalk.
I absolutely recommend Sensodyne Sensitivity and Gum because it really does help you take care of both issues.
I love the contrast of going to Woodward, which is one of my favorite places to skate just because there's so many random options, and then coming from my least favorite place in the entire world, not a skate park. It's like random ramps out front. I don't know if I introduced these guys yet. This is Hippie Mike. Taylor's Hippie's son. And Hippie, this is the guy who really got me into skating. So I started skating on my own when I was 4. But when I turned 7, Hippie was teaching me lessons pretty much every week, dude. In it. And like he hosted all the contests. He got me into skateboarding contests. He taught me all the, like a lot of the tricks he taught me I did in the Olympics. Oh, sick. It's actually a trip. So he taught you the real tricks? Yeah, exactly. How to carve, how to roll, how to skate for real. And then his son, first time out here in Cali, first time in Venice was last night. And then beautiful Val's gonna stretch too much before the warm up because that can cause more injury when you try to go to skate.
Like, that's why I'm moving.
Since 04.
Stretches.
Yeah. What's that called? What's that kind of stretching called? Kinetics. What is it?
Again.
Pretty sure that's TikTok dance. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's sick.
Dude, Venice is a trip. I've only been there
I
like
actually do kind of
a
like
couple
the dimensions of
times.
this thing. What? Switch Anderson? Crosslock wrong way, Anderson? Already did that trick once, Anderson? Censored. What's the bottom of your feet like? Like, are they just pure rock? Oh, wait, let me see. Big callus life.
I've training for years.
I like that he doesn't fully go back over crook on those. He like actually kind of balances the backside nose grind. Kind of rare. I'd like to take a moment to appreciate how delicate that little rappy-dappy sweeper thing was. And after that, Andy started really going in on the skate park. I also had him skate the outskirts of the skate park, which isn't even a part of the park. It was really rad. He also does like a lot of like very street scary tricks. Like he does like quote unquote like mainline normal tricks. Definitely go watch that video. Comes out tomorrow, 12:15 p.m. So yeah, watch that tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
If you shop at Walmart, you get it. You eat better by cooking with fresh, affordable ingredients. And you shop smarter by ordering them online for pickup or delivery, so you can get healthy food choices for less, whenever and wherever you need them. Walmart. Save money, live better. Click to shop now.
Welcome to Vista, California. We are at Elliot Sloan's compound, and he calls the Sloan Yard.
Like, we've legitimately skated like so many different spots at this one spot, and all of them are pretty sick. And there's actually a couple that we didn't even film. I mean, we mainly focused on those like wild 50-50 grinds, but yeah, there's some stuff here that I didn't even film that I'm gonna come back to for like a video part clip. This place got options. They also point you like hit this one, and then it kind of points you to hit that one off catty corner. This is where you can learn it, or you can like skate it like this. You could skate it like that, but also skate like this. from this, new tricks over that. I wonder if you can get away with wall riding this. Might not work. Oh, that's gonna work. We're trying to get away from this park, but we can't because there's just spots in it, so we're not having to the flat gap right here. Woo! Oh, get it, get it. Oh! What happened? Did you hit multiple or did you like pull jam up? That was crazy looking. I don't know. Do it again, do it again. Ooh, you're like olling into it almost. What are you doing? I just shoot like a wall. A very light-footed wall. Oh, look at that. Three's there? I'm looking at this ground. This ground's... Dude, this is not a filter. This ground just creates the illusion that, like, you have that goofy filter on. Like, let me ride close to you and do a flip trick. Okay. Maybe it'll still do the effect. Whatever you want. Oh, we're idiots. It goes on forever, but it's not. The illusion doesn't work this way. Whoa, this is crazy. Just go. I don't know. Are they tight enough? You gotta get someone to sit on it. Well, obviously my thick ass can sit on it. Which one you want? Dude, look at the chain reaction. It's like dancing. Maybe do it not on the one with the spiky plant. Okay, do it on the one with the spiky plant. There's no way this isn't gonna shake, but you hop on my butt! Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna try to stand on it with one foot. Now, have you seen the clips of the dude that does the crook pop-up? Yeah, if you watch 401 issue 44, someone does something on a spot just like it. It does front Smith, crook, and a bunch of stuff. Here, I think you knew crook. Let me keep my foot here. Let's see if this will help. I'll do 50. Okay, whatever you gotta do. It's gonna come up, and then once it comes up, you gotta push back. Oh, I'm gonna push hard. And then push down to get you the bounce out. So I gotta push down and then spring him out. I'm doing more work than he is.
By the way, what I do to clean my bike is I just tape it.
Wait, do it one more time. Do that one more time. I definitely missed that. So if you cross lock wheelbases, under the wheels, then you flip it over, automatically goes to the board. So you could have it like do the little kid trick pretty much, like where the board's like this. So have it locked in and try to jump up into board. What, crisscross applesauce? Yeah, crisscross applesauce. Or apple turnover. I'm not even worried about you. Actually, maybe don't do it on this one because I don't like this. That looks sharp. Don't enter the landscape area. No, I'm an idiot. Oh, they got these that grind. Tony.
The train is a first-class ticket back to the theater, exclusively in movie theaters.
Tony Hawk. Which one is it? American Wasteland? Oh, that's what this looks like? Yeah, you gotta go down to the roller coaster, and there's a guy named
catch your breath, because that's a pretty cool looking clip, but I want to keep that sunset in as long as possible. Oh yeah, look at me. Oh yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm gonna do it again right now. This motherfucker could miss it.
Yeah, I didn't miss it. I know it's a workout. I know those thighs are burning.
Burn it, baby.
Was I doing it yesterday?
I love how like Andy comes to town and like YouTube just literally erupts with 1,000 videos. Like Andy Anderson as a thumbnail. But me and Andy are friends, so it's different. He's on my channel like anyone else. Yeah, I put him in the thumbnail. Said you fuckers are gonna click on it.
I think I put it in the wrong area.
He skating, he gonna be doing the kick flips over the rail. And he got the helmet just in case that he fail. He can do the flips even off the tail. Man, he be grinding on the rails, hey. And make sure you don't mess up your kick flips on your trucks. And make sure that you don't skate on the empty stomach, eat your lunch. Hey. There you go, man. Appreciate you. Hey, amen. And my brother got the cannon taking photos of everything he see.
Why are there so many spots? Look at these extras. Get to that little jump. Oh, it's been done. Troy Puddle did it.
Oh my god.
Gap to board slide is a trick though. He did gap 50. You should do gap board or gap lip.
Like if you ever need to come practice.
Dude, the safest grinds. Okay, you gotta land that.
You need to get your good ollie up. Because when you put your tail down here, you're popping up like that.
Yeah.
You gotta be aware.
You gotta know where you're snapping. Just rolling your bearings.
Yeah, my bearings are already shot, and this board is way too old. All the YouTube videos that have come out of me in California are on this board.
Like, sheet of wood to skate this, like, obviously gapping to it's the move, and you can definitely play with that, but skating it just as a flat bar would be so fun. Getting lines. It's gonna stick. Oh, you're doing the bouncy thing. I didn't know you were doing the bouncy thing. I suggested it. Nollie 180 out. Greedy fuck. Give it on the field. One slide gap.
Yeah, one slide gap. Take it back here. Look how slick this shit is.
Misplaced this thing again.
No wax on it. It just goes.
No wax at all.
I swear we're trying to get back to the car, but it's like there's just too many spots.
Alright.
That guy's not stoked. And that guy went superhero mode. Was that Tony Stark? Okay, so we just had that entire session without paying the meter. What do you think? Do I got a ticket or not?
Ticket or not? I think no ticket, dude.
Comment down below whether I have a ticket or not.
It's a Friday. Oh, you got a ticket?
Yeah. It just happened. Oh, that dog.
Oh, I think I need to put it up a little
That's
closer.
so cheap. Yeah, Long Beach is like 95. We missed him by 3 minutes. I got the ticket 3 minutes ago. This is definitely too dark. video like 10 times, but there's too many spots. There's so many spots. I'm so glad I waited until today to like discover them all. Like, what do you think? Where do you think this rail ends? Does it end into something? Or you can go off the end. Go off the end into the curve? No, there's no curve. That's just it. There's a little bit of a grade. Of course, there's more spots over here. Oh, fuck off! Fuck off! Come on! Almost like roll my ankle. Made it. So many options. Why is this not like a famous? This has to be part of the police station. Because these curves are too good. Are we gonna get kicked out? Oh yeah, this guy's gonna kick us the fuck out. I mean, oh for sure. Make sure. Just to be positive.
I think that's where I had it
I don't
yesterday.
think he's kicking us out. Like, it trips me out that I've never seen footage of any of these spots, because all of these spots were absolutely incredible. People really are blowing it. So we're going to end here. There's still all of this that we still want to explore that already looks like it has a ton of stuff. The super smooth ground path kind of leads over there, but we're actually going to stop here and come back another day and do a part 2. And he's still spinning. I really want to learn how to sit on backside board slides on straight ledges. Pretty sure just keep a lot of pressure on the nose and it's going to work. Andy just told me this. Alright, we're at Courthouse. I'm with Andy. I'm with Zach. I think we're doing a bunch of willy grinds. I don't know. A lot of willies. Wire. First try, he locked the back tail. That was supposed to be a sugar cane, aka I'll leave 180 to Willie, but oh, there it was. Oh, there's more Willie where that came from. Willie grind? He will. That's a funny looking Willie. You can't hit your Willies like that. You're making that like a real trick. One foot out. Sugar cane, lift it up as far as Will Whitaker.
Wow, dude, what am I doing? There we go, yeah, that's the spot.
Get his back. Come on. Come on, get out of the way. Shit's done. Okay. I was laughing so hard that whole line. I was trying so hard not to shake. Yeah, that was Willie Susky. That was Willie Zach ride. So now you gotta do Willie Zach slide. You've been susking pretty hard. You're kind of sus. It never went anywhere. No one's dudes does that trick. Zach side 5-0. Zach side 5-0. I like that. Mark Cutterman's when I think of that trick, I think of Mark Cutterman down Hollywood 12. Cutterman, you get that? Yeah, go hard. Literally not one Willie grind that whole time. Very upset.
tastes better.
Hey Zach, remember when Andy was skating the ledge and he was just going like this? And he caught it in a trick? I'll never forget. Oh, Willie Nolly Willie?
Let's actually look at that clip. He does a no-handed hang 10. Dude, that is sweet, bro.
Oh, I'll be right back. I need to. Today is just full on, just grind. Tricks I'm not good at, day. I'm not good at any of these tricks. I'm getting a little defeated, but you know what? That's what it's like learning these flatland tricks. kind of want to watch how you hang 10 on a surfboard.
Life is all about trying new things, or old things in new ways, or timeless things in timely ways. So try OP, then try something else. Because T is for trying, and ice just got a whole lot cooler.
Hanging 10 can seem like a daunting task at first, but I've been dabbling a bit with it lately, and once you get past that initial intimidation, it's really not much different from hanging 5. That constant gave me a drill that kind of forces you to hang 10, so let's hear what he has to say, and then I'll explain how this drill will not only lead to more hang 10s, but it'll make you a better longboarder overall.
Funny thing about him, earlier on where I was
Oh! I did it!
more comfortable with just hanging 5 and not pushing myself to hang 10. And so then I came up with a little rule similar to what you said of, I'm not going to go to the nose unless I'm sure I can hang 10. And that was a really big thing for me. To firstly, I'm getting into more critical sections, so it improves my nose riding already. But it's been really tough on yourself and making sure, because you can just go to the nose and hang 5, but you've been in a shouldery section or something, but being tough on yourself and only going to the nose when you're going to hang 10.
So the idea is that you don't go to the nose unless you know you can hang 10. So the first thing we have to establish is where we have to be on the wave in order to hang 10. With a hang 5, you can get away with being a little out on the shoulder, but when it comes to hang 10s, you gotta be in the steep, critical part of the wave. Now, why is that exactly? Well, Tommy from 10 Toe Surf did a great job explaining this. So let's look at this wave here, and I'll try and break it down for you.
I have to lie to go to bed and lie to wake
If we watch this wave, I cross step, I get to the nose. Now, right here is a great example of how nose riding works. So Tommy was saying in order to nose ride, we needed the flow of water starting at the tip of the board here, running around the back and over the board, as you can see in this shot. Now that flow of water is basically sucking the board into the wave, which is creating lift. Now, I'm no physicist, so that's about the extent of my knowledge, but just know, in order to get enough lift for a hang 10, you need to be in the most critical section of the wave. The whole goal of a longboarder is to place yourself in these steep sections. This is why we see stalls, cutbacks, faded takeoffs. These are all maneuvers that we utilize to make sure when we finally get to the nose, we're in the steepest section possible. Not going to the nose unless you can hang 10 forces you to be on this constant search for the steep sections, which in turn forces you to improve every aspect of your longboarding, especially takeoffs. I recently went surfing to attempt this drill, and I ended up doing things on my longboard that I've never done before in this search for steep sections. So let's analyze the session, and I'll share with you some of my thoughts.
taking out a headphone.
We got Gilad out there writing Mazel Tov in Hebrew for his, I think for his buddy or his family. And Chris is going to get a drone shot from the sky. Look at him.
I am a thief and a liar, the very worst.
איך דפוס כמה גלים, אולי נתפוס איזה גם פארטי ווב, יאללה, בוא איתי למים.
Waves were much larger than I expected today, which made it more difficult, but I still had some great success. Alright, I am all suited up. I'm still staying warm in the truck. And I'm getting slightly more excited because I do see a very good left coming off this jetty, so I think I can make some hang tens happen. But only time will tell. Because this could be, oh boy, this could be something else. If any of you have surfed in the winter on the East Coast, the thing you don't want to happen is to get caught inside on like a big 4-wave set and you have to keep diving down. Your face just gets so cold. It's brutal, but I think they'll be okay today. I prefer smaller waves. That's really what I'm trying to get at. All right, I'm gonna head out there. Please enjoy the edit. Hopefully, I stay warm. Some barriers broken and some major realizations happened today utilizing this drill. First thing we have to talk about is how much more flowy my surfing was. The fact that I was holding off for steeper sections kind of relaxed me a little bit, which is a good thing because normally I'm stiff as a board. This wave is such a good example of being patient and kind of letting the wave tell me what to do. Any other day I would have ran to the nose straight away, but on this wave I slowed it down, I did a small cutback, and reaped the benefits. These waves were quite difficult and unpredictable, so unfortunately some of the waves I meant to hang 10, I only hung 5. Let's look at the 5s before we get to the 10s because I noticed a pattern. On just about all of my nose rides today, I was positioned right in the critical section. This is something I've needed to work on, and it only took a simple drill to see some improvement. Just relax. Long, slow, smooth. Direct quote from Zeke the Penguin in Surf's Up. On my board after getting smacked by this wave, and full disclosure, many of my waves I was actually too far behind the puck. A little bit of an overcorrection. Another thing I learned today was that focusing on finding the steep sections made me do things instinctually, kind of like this. Get way out into the flats before making my turn into the wave. Now, it didn't work out on this wave, but here it worked out wonderfully.
Because they had a thing that causes a person to freeze for a while.
My eyes were focused on the section I wanted to hit,
Oh, you mean
and
a
my
basilisk?
body did the rest of the work.
No,
No, crocodile?
crocodile.
Huh. Do you have them up right now?
I have one. I haven't gotten rid of my berry yet. I've got a bear and a crocodile. I've got a pair of these.
Because I was basically trying to force hang 10s, I ended up ignoring closeouts. However, I was still happy I was able to get to the nose of a lot of these waves because it's good practice. We just pause the wave right here. It looks beautiful. Full commitment, perfect position. If only I didn't have to press the play button. Highly recommend trying this drill out because it taught me so much in just a single session. Number one being to keep your eyes laser focused on the section you're trying to hit. Takeoffs play a huge role in finding steep sections, so make sure you watch this video next where I discuss longboard takeoffs in a bit more detail. Combine this video with that video and you'll be well on your way to some hang 10s. Thanks for watching. See everybody next week.
there's a way.
But in reality,
That's
it's
probably
not that hard. Brian could barely turn a longboard when he started this channel. But he
Okay, I see. I knew that there was maybe ways that they said you have the stable stop.
Oh, let's see here. How do we do a hang 10?
How do you do a hang 10?
Let's look up hang 10 on a surfboard. Because I'm trying to do the hang 10 no-hander, so.
Like a little car wash, like, you know, you're giving your board a little wash and sprucing it up.
Hang 10 no-hander.
So whatever foot is crossing over is what I'm going to be sweeping. Because I'm leaning back and also pushing weight into my front leg. You'll notice that foot knows when I walked back, I took a couple steps back, but I was really in the center line.
Oh my god, that's scary.
Hi, my name's Josh and I'm a surf instructor here at Rise Up Surf. In this short video we're going to be talking
What
to
is
you a
this?
little bit about how to cross step. Now cross stepping,
Wait a minute. Did we not even watch that one? That was only a minute long?
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Brandon Michael Smith. We're hanging out today at the iconic Malibu Beach, aka Surf Rider Beach, with professional surfboarder Mary Osborne, National Surf Ambassador. She's gonna teach us how to hang 10 today. Do a little something on the board. Mary, tell me about hanging 10. I've been hearing a lot about this.
All right, this is a great place to do it. Number one, Malibu is a fabulous wave, world-renowned, best spot you can be at. So it's a great spot to learn how to hang 10. Now, hang 10 comes along with longboard versus shortboard. So let me show you what it is if you have no idea. So when we're riding the wave, we're going to be standing on the board like this as we're surfing.
Okay.
Yeah. When we go to hang 10, our feet want to end up at the nose of the surfboard.
No, at the top.
That's the top. Nose of the board, this is called the tail. And eventually we're going to get up to the nose of the board, and both feet are going to be placed at the nose of the surfboard. And it's nice if you curl your little toes over too, because that gives you some grip.
This should be called the Titanic. I feel like Leonardo
Right?
DiCaprio.
Hands up, however you want to do it. Whatever your style is that day. So hanging 10, this is where we want to be on the nose of the board.
Nose of the board, hanging 10. This is cool.
Hanging 5 would be there's 5 toes.
I like that. 5 toes.
5 toes, 1 foot back. Hanging 10 toes. Hanging heels.
Oh, have you ever hung heels
You can hang
before?
some heels this
I
way
like
too.
those.
So when we go to get up to the nose of the board, we do something called cross stepping.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you on the board. I'm going to have you do it for me. Get into that surfing stance. Pretend you're on a wave. Hands out. We're riding it. All right, we're going to do a cross step. So when we move our feet, we're going to take one leg forward and we're going to cross like this up.
Okay.
Then we're going to take another step. Got that? And we're going to move one more up again. And both feet up there, hanging 10.
Oh, you can really see that balance shift from my weight being on the front from the back.
Exactly. And you're going to be shifting weight when you're on the board, even when you're walking. You know, it's going to take a little while do it because it's a perfect right-hand point break. And when we drop into the wave and we turn away from the white water, we're going to be riding the wave, and our board is pointed at the open face part of the wave. That's when we're going to start to do our cross-stepping up to ride the nose. You got to have a little bit of a wave in front of you too, an open face wave. You can see a lot of people out here in Malibu doing it. That guy's doing it. You'll see everybody except out here.
Today. Now this whole hanging 10 thing might be out of my comfort zone, but Mary, let's go check you hang some 10. I think you're much better at this than me.
All right, I'll show you how it's done. Let's go.
Here we go.
Darn it.
Heck, this your boy Brandon Michael Smith. I'd like to thank Mary Osborne for hanging 10 with us down here at Austin TV. Be sure to subscribe to her website at MaryOsborneSurf.com. Be sure to go to my Twitter at Brandon Smith CEO. Make sure you subscribe to at Austin TV for all your latest updates and more Hang 10 episodes. Peace.
Dude, the hang time's freaking hard, man. I do not know how they do it. Well, I guess I'm doing a hang 10 no-hander. But that's basically what they're doing on a surfboard, right? Hang 10 no-hander. I'm surprised there's not more like how-tos on how to do this trick. There's not a single one for BMX, except for the hang 10, but I don't know. Let's keep practicing.
Hi, I'm Bo Young, 2 times world champion, and I'm here to teach you how to nose ride. Before we begin, there are 2 things I want you to pay particular attention to. The first, perfecting your cross step, and second, hang 10 for the appropriate wave section.
How close am I,
With that in
man?
mind, let's begin. Cross step to the hang 5 position. In this position, you will have the majority of your weight on the back
Oh,
foot
dude, I was so close.
over the nose. To perform a hang 10, you need to be in a hollow section of the wave, next to the braking section, commonly referred to as looking in front of where you are standing. Look at the section, and when you're in that section, shift your back foot up next to your front foot so you will perch with 10 toes over the nose of the board.
Oh, I almost did it!
And you will roll most of your weight onto your heels, using your hands to counterbalance.
That was crazy, man.
Hold your hands out to your sides.
That was the best one I've ever done.
Walking a tightrope. Hold this position for as long as possible. Once you are comfortable on the nose of the board, you can distribute your weight from heel to toe and left to right in order to increase or decrease speed, along with altering your positioning on the wave's face for maximum hang time. If you feel the tail of the board most likely start too high in the wave's face, or in too hollow of
almost did it.
Welcome. My name is Tommy. I'm the surf coach and play Sarah,
Ah, darn it.
which is in Costa Rica. And this lesson, this tutorial is going to be the first part of a series on how to cross step and nose ride. So if you're interested in any of the following lessons, please do subscribe to us. Also, be talking about front up, cross stepping, and stance. We'll be discussing and also be going through nose ride. So in today's theory on setting up nose ride,
I'm just gonna keep watching these. Hang 5 point of view. Hang 10. Okay, progression from hang 5 to hang 10. Oh, this is 6 days ago.
Hanging 5 versus hanging 10. Whilst both position us up on the nose, the way in which these are carried out differ vastly in many ways, from foot positioning, body positioning, wave positioning, and even the sections we're looking for on the wave and our overall approach to the nose. Through my own experience in coaching surfers, one of the key progressions made is moving from the hang 5 to the hang 10. Today, I wanted to speak about the key differences between the two, which will hopefully inform your approach and understanding of the hang 5 and hang 10. This is tip time, now let's get into it.
Alright, hey guys, welcome to another segment of Tip Time where we take a deep dive into your questions. So another really good question today from Higo, who asks, what are some of the differences between getting and staying critical in a hang 5 versus a hang 10? So we'll get into that today. And if anyone has any questions for Tip Time, we do these each week. So leave your comment below and we can get to that next time. So the first thing I wanted to discuss is the main reason why it's so different hanging 5 versus hanging 10. So with our hang 5s and hang 10s, quite often it's where our weight is distributed. So if we've got our weight forwards or our weight backwards. So this is why, and this is something we'll speak about soon, we might find it tricky to nose ride in certain sections with a hang 10 where it might be over a hang 5. Now this is obviously because we've got more weight further back on the board and we really need to make sure we're utilising this for our hang 5s. If you're struggling to hang 5 just in a normal section, which might look like out on the shoulder a little bit, and we don't need to be too close to that to the white water for the most part, but we can't be in a flat section either, then what you'll notice is we should have that weight onto the back foot and lightly touching with that front foot. As we step up with that hang 10, the really key thing is that we're in the right section for that, because otherwise we're going to nosedive, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be occurring at the back of the tail in terms of the water pushing down on that tail, and that will change the position that we need to be in for the hang 10. So let's get into that now. If we're going to be hanging 5, the section that we're in doesn't really need to require much lift. This is because our weight is further back on the For a hang 10 though, the sections we need to be looking for are more critical and are steeper so that we can allow for that lift to occur. Now when we're talking about lift, we're looking at the space underneath the nose of the board, so the distance or space of air between the nose and where the water is. You can notice with a lot of nose rides, if we're out on the shoulder, there's not going to be any distance between the two, just because of the flatter section. But as a wave starts to steepen out, we notice that the nose of the board will actually disconnect from the wave. And it's like we're hanging off a shelf. And so if we're doing a hang 10 properly, and if we've got a really good lift, which is something that we're definitely going to aim for with the hang 10, and the sections that we're eyeing out, then yeah, we should see a lot of space between the, I suppose, where we're standing on the nose on the hang 10 and the wave below us. So this then leads us into the next part, which is the positioning, or this positioning on the wave, and what sections are we looking for. For the hang 5, what we ideally would like to see is that we're outside or in front of the curl of the wave, or where that wave is breaking, so that really critical section. We still want it to be for the most part. If we're getting it towards it being too flat, or we're too far out on the shoulder, then again the nose ride isn't going to work, because we're not going to have enough weight coming onto the tail of the board from the water pressing down. That's going to hold us up and provide that counterbalance, and we'll just be have too much weight at the front, so that won't work. So we do want to make sure that we're closer to the critical part of the wave where the white water is, but we don't necessarily need to be in and amongst that section, although of course we can be. When I'm looking for a hang 10 section, the thing that really differentiates the two is going to be how steep we are and how close we are to the critical part of the wave. The easiest way to go about thinking about this is wanting to be pretty much exactly where the wave is breaking. Now this will feel for the most part quite odd, or a little bit, I suppose, difficult in the beginning, because we're used to being in front of the wave. Doing maneuvers where the wave is actually breaking is quite unsteadying, because it's very steep. It's going to be the fastest part of the wave as well. And so this does take a little bit of time to get used to, but what this does offer is a really nice steep section, and when we've got the steep section, that's where we can create that space between the nose and the bottom of the wave and get that lift happening, and therefore we can also get that hang 10 happening as well. Because we're deeper in that section as well, it'll be meaning that we've got more surface area, or more...
I think the same thing's going on with the bike too. You have to wait until you get into that right section and you can take your hands off.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's hot today. What's the temperature today? Oh, wait, wow, it's really hot today. That's why. Oh, 100 degrees. I was wondering, man, why is it so hot in here? It's a hot one today. He did it on his bars.
This is one I wish I kind of had a flatland frame. Wow, those are gnarly. Dude, those are rowdy, bro. Huh, I wonder how they do that trick. How did they do that? Turn this. twig for it now. I need to switch this out now.
I'm kind of tired today. I don't know if I've been drinking enough water, man. Ugh. I'm a little more tired today. I don't know why. I want to learn these fakey hang 10 no-handers though.
Okay, let's get back to grinding. We're a little tired. Man, for some reason I'm really tired. But we're gonna keep grinding. This trick isn't very labor intensive, by the way.
It's just hard.
Who's this dude? Some of the stuff, man. Actually, I want to ask this guy a question.
Blizzard says it's random, right?
Well, let me see. Are you at the stable?
Yeah.
Let me see.
However, if I put it in the first slot, I've always got the crocodile popping.
Yeah.
So I can call either two crocodiles or a random crocodile.
Yeah, or the random. If you put in the first slot, whatever.
That's what you told me. That's not what Blizzard says. But it does work.
Well, yeah.
That's why I told you.
So you can have as many pets in your stable as you want. It's
what
just that.
I'm saying is Blizzard does not say that.
Oh, okay. Well, you just have to
Not
look.
what you said works.
Well, you just have to look it up. Because a lot of people said that. Hundreds and hundreds of people said that.
But when Blizzard says it, I assume it's correct. My crocodiles have 6 legs.
Huh? Yeah. But remember, you can collect as many pets as you want.
No. Crocodiles, instead of 4 legs,
Yeah.
have 6 legs.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. So the thing is since you have that stable, I think you can have as many pets as you want.
I've got presently 24 slots.
So you can then you can mess around and try different combinations.
Well, the thing is, the 2 bears work.
Yeah. Because I think later on, like
the other pet, which was a bear that did not have stompability, and all the others were even worse.
So, but since you have so many
I
slots,
the 2 bears.
you can try a bunch of still pets. You can try different ones out. repaint that right there.
Ah.
I'm looking more how to hang 10.
Introducing Ice Hot Pro. Ice bursts fast, so freeze your pain and you down. Heat makes it last, so you never sit this one out. Icy Hot Pro until natural
All right, back to hang 10.
Surfs, and we all have bad surfs. As we progress with our surfing though, we hope to see that the ratio of good to bad surfs improves, where our surfing becomes more consistent and more reliable versus the way we all have to start out, where we may pull off a maneuver every now and then as we persist through a steep learning curve, which inevitably involves some level of frustration. Today, I wanted to share with you the trigger for developing consistency in my surfing out in the water, and the important takeaways of how I did this and what you can do to become a more reliable surfer. I'm Ed Considine, and this is the Sunday Grind.
Dude, why is it so hard? That ain't good. We'll just turn the brake. No!
Alright, so I wanted to talk about this topic specifically today because I do have a few contests happening at the moment, and I suppose contests were the catalyst for this lesson for myself when I was developing my consistency and reliability in my surfing a lot, and so I wanted to share that with you in the context of that. I've just had a contest this weekend which I was lucky enough to win the Open Men's and Open Logger divisions. Super stoked on that. And then in a couple of weeks' time, I've actually got the national titles coming up as well. So I think it'll be a really interesting discussion today, and I know that you'll get a little bit out of it in terms of progressing with the consistency and reliability of your surfing out in the water too. So the reason why contests are so important for this video specifically is that in preparing for contests and getting ready for them and wanting to do well in contests as well, it does enhance your ability to both be consistent in the water, so surfing very similarly each time you're surfing, and also the reliability of your surfing as well. So being able to complete certain maneuvers and be able to finish your waves with consistency as well. And I don't think this is necessarily touched on a whole lot. Quite often we can get pulled into thinking about different maneuvers that we're learning and how to become better at those maneuvers. But I think in this frame or this context, we're able to take a bit more of an overview of our surfing and consider our way from start to finish. If we're thinking about longboarding in particular, it's such a big part of it. We think about style and flow and glide. A lot of that does come into the context of how we surf the wave as a whole and finishing our waves. So I think that'll be really good for your surfing within the context of, I suppose, making yourself a more reliable surfer and helping with all of that as well. This is something that as competitive surfers we may look into a little bit more naturally.
as a part of that progression through competitive surfing. But I think it's a really, really important thing also for non-competitive surfers to potentially utilize these methods to improve your reliability and consistency, which may not be something that you've thought about prior. So today, what I'm going to share with you is how, in focusing on some of these methods for preparing for competitions, how that's been able to improve my reliability and consistency out in the water, and how even if you're not competing, why it might be good to try and implement some of these methods of learning into your own surfing and help out these aspects of your surfing as well. And I was able to get some footage of myself at the comp that I just competed in over the weekend. I'll put in a little edit here as well, and we can have a little bit of a look at how I'm going with all of this. Hopefully some okay examples of that in there. Okay, so a couple of things in terms of why this is important and why we need to think about, I suppose, the consistency in our surfing and how competitions can help this. And then we can extrapolate that, so even if you're not competing, how this is important for your own surfing and development as well. But firstly, in contests, something we need to be thinking about is making our waves. So if we don't finish waves, or if we don't go from start to finish without falling, then we're not going to really, I guess, be able to maximize the scoring potential on the wave. And so that's why we can, again, as we spoke about before, take that broad picture of what our waves look like. So not just individual maneuvers, but how we're linking everything together, and how we're surfing the wave as a whole. It also really helps to understand what maneuvers you're comfortable with and which ones you're not comfortable with. And if you want to step your surfing up a level, having a really good idea about what maneuvers you need to learn how to do, and then what maneuvers you need to feel really, really comfortable with. So we can categorize these into low risk, moderate risk, and high risk maneuvers. The low risk maneuvers are the things that you're going to feel very, very comfortable doing, and you can do reliably 95% of the time. The moderate risk maneuvers are where you're putting yourself a little bit more outside your comfort zone, more likely to get your highest score or a higher level of surfing than obviously your low risk. Then your high risk is at the other end of the spectrum. These are the things I think about if I'm in a heat and I need to pull out something miraculous to get a really, really high score, not something that I would necessarily throw into every wave. And for you, if you're not competing, it's about trying to level up or step these maneuvers up. So you go and get some of your moderate risk maneuvers and make sure that you're doing them time and time again to improve your consistency until they become really comfortable. And then you can pick out something from that more high risk category and try to make that a part of your everyday surfing as well. So now we'll step into, I guess, the more practical side of things. So how are we exactly thinking about all of this? There's three main areas that I like to think about all of this in, so that's what we'll go through right now. The first one being identifying the maneuvers that we need to be completing. If we're thinking about, as we spoke about, categorizing our maneuvers, we need to make sure that we know what our consistent surfing or where our surfing is already at. So we've got our low risk maneuvers here, and then our moderate risk maneuvers. So these are the things that we can pull off semi-consistently. We're pretty happy with them, but there's certainly some room for improvement. And then the high risk maneuvers, which are either things we haven't learned yet, or we've only pulled off a couple of times. So we've really got to try and, I guess we would need to focus on that a lot to make them more consistent, more reliable. And once we do that, once we bring these maneuvers back to our, either our moderate level or even at some point our low risk maneuvers, that's when our surfing, we can notice that's going to be a big improvement. So for example, for myself, at one point in time I would have put my hang 10 as my really high risk maneuver, and then years of surfing and trying, that's something I'm feeling very, very comfortable with now. And I've got other things that I can pull out of that bag when I need to develop a high score in a heat, and I'll need to work on these more and more, and it's continuously evolving and developing, and it's something that you can try to look for as well. And I like breaking it into these three categories just so we can objectively understand where our surfing's at and where it's progressing to as well. So to just add some context or make that a little bit more realistic as well, let's say we've got myself a few years back, my really, really comfortable things that I probably had was maybe a cross step and backwards, and then I could do some little turns, and I'd feel confident that I could make my waves, so finish my waves doing that. In a heat scenario, just to add some more context there, I might start out my heat with that sort of surfing and then progress and level up, so building that house as some of you might have heard about before. In my moderate risk maneuvers, I would have had something like my hang fives, maybe a drop knee turn, something.
I forgot that there was the cyborg no-hander. Dude, that looks insane. I don't think I'm ready for that trick yet. Man, it is freaking hot. Why is it so hot? Holy moly, it's hot. Oh man. How cold is it getting my phone? Oh yeah, that definitely cools my phone down a lot. A lot. Man, he shattered his elbow. What in the world's going on in Long Beach? What in the heck? Dude, that's gnarly. Look at all the people running to it. Man, I suck nose tricks. I guess let's practice some more nose tricks. I'm not bad. I'm not good. Oh, why am I tired? Really? Alright, let's keep running. More hang five. Or not hang fives,
What is up, guys? Welcome back to this Ryan the Fire on Instagram since
sensation channel. Today on the channel, we're riding with a viral Instagram sensation. Jaden Butcher. What's up, dude? There we go. As you see on the screen here, 5.7 million views. You know, I'm famous. If anyone wants an autograph, check out what made viral. Jaden destroyed the burst video that just came out. The great work in there. Check it out. Ski Nation. Yeah, not yet. You'll eventually. You'll be there, but your athlete nation right now, viral sensation. Oh, we got BK here, my lord. Check out the park. We're here at Sayreville. Took a bowl. Flew out Jaden for this because we've seen his work. That's what you guys needed. BK and me came to this park like a week ago, and we neglected the bowl a lot. We rode the street section over here, this area, for probably like 6 hours. What do you say? Good 6 hours. Just a quick 6 hour session. We're so dead that just couldn't touch it. Yeah, so now we're here. We got Jaden, and we're gonna get some bowl clips that start this video off. Jaden, that section that they rode looks horrible. By the way, you just mad because he can't do the curve wall. It looks so bad. He can't do the curve wall. That's why Jaden's hating on it, dude. Can't do it. We're getting away from the street section. We're going back to the bowl. I'm doing a fucking air. Nice graffiti here. Wish Jaden Godspeed. I wish you Godspeed on this one. That one came from the heart too, not the wall. That backflip was. So he came through with some Godspeed. Free Jay, and stop being a loser and have fun. Nice. Don't just exist, live. Very meaningful stuff going on here at the Sayreville skate park. Alright, we've been at the park for about 10 minutes, and Jane's already just getting the itch to go viral. He's just viral like right here. I'm gonna set the tripod up and show you guys how you get the viral film job, and then maybe Jane will do what he's trying to do. Spencer has the hand of a chicken's head. I don't know if it's an insult or a, it's the highest honor filmer. I don't know about that, Jane. Hands a gyroscope. I got the hands of a freaking statue, bro. They never move. Alright, you guys saw the tripod angle. You ready to see the Here's the angle we got.
Oh. Jesus, that's crazy.
Visit to Sayreville Skate Park. Awesome. There's good football over the ball. Josh, you use this ball.
He's rocking some high PSI. I think it's time to cut the stream short a little bit today. I'm tired. Oh, I keep yawning. We've lost all our energy. I think it's just so hot, man. So hot. The AC on too in here. It's still hot. Oh, shnikes. My shoe's falling apart. I gotta like fix that. Like now. Oh man. Okay, I guess it's time to. I barely even did anything yet. I guess I just fixed my bike up. That's all I really did. Yeah. We're out of here. We're out of here today. Everybody, I tried to stick with it, but I am beat. We are beat. Let's end it with a byword. I didn't even get one stream marker today. I did land one almost close fakie hang 10 no-hander. Whoever pursues righteousness and kindness will find life, righteousness, and honor. Proverbs 21:21. Farewell, everybody. Do your best and have fun. Hopefully tomorrow will be more energetic. Maybe we will finally land the hang 10 no-hand. It's actually, I'm doing a hang 5 to squeaker fakie hang 5 hang 10 no-hander. That's what I'm trying. Peace out, guys. Sorry I got tired today, but I am tired. I either haven't drank enough water or it's just really, really hot. Later, I'm out.